Hey, what's up, guys? It's my 12th or my 13th Skyrim playthrough. Or not the 13th playthrough, but the 13th episode of this Skyrim save is Biggest Dickus the Nord. Oh, okay, I'm over behind Street. You know, when I remembered this house, I always remembered it like that side. Dragon's Reach. I never really behind Dragon's Reach over there. But, you know, you just misremember things sometimes. Oh, so that's why I came over here. Is this the place where the Jagged Crown is at? I might go in here and get the Jagged Crown. Dude, holy shit. I think it is. I think this is the place where the Jagged Crown is at, guys. Yeah! Aha! You think you can withstand me, traitor? Oh shit, this guy might. Yeah, dog. Can you call yourself a Nord, bro? Boom! Holy shit, I just cut that dude's fucking head off. Whoa! That's fucking sick. That's fucking sick. Alright, so I'm also gonna be listening to this Ian Carroll thing that he did a couple days ago. So I'm kinda interested.
I'm obviously totally on the sidelines. It has nothing to do with me.
I just hadn't gone.
With us as a nation.
I'd been so inundated in doing a lot of my own research and my own looking at some. Oh fuck, that's sick. I haven't gotten an ebony helmet yet. This save. Yeah, but I just haven't gotten to this European girl stuff. I just pretty much watched everything. On a lot of other stuff, but I want to watch this Ian Carroll.
The truth matters. And so, you know, you can call names all you want, say that I'm like a fucking, you know, an Israel freak, say that, you know, people have agendas, that's cool, say, but until we feel conclusive evidence, which is not likely to even really ever happen from us, we should be asking and seeking the truth. So let's start at the start, kind of walk our way in. A lot of you guys have probably seen a lot of this. We're going to kind of like tease on each and pull it apart. And it all all started with, in a certain way, with Harrison comment on a video that I made way back ago, and I was talking about Nick Fuentes and Charlie Kirk debating and just kind of like this whole commentary, and he says, I'm not going to name names, but I was told by someone close to Charlie that Charlie thinks Israel will kill him if he turns against them, and this tweet turned out to be a wrench in whatever the hell going on, because it blew up and went mega viral, and Harrison just happened to be hosting the Alex Jones show as the shooting happened. That whole day was so fucked. Everything, like, honestly, it hit. I think I can only speak for myself, but I kind of think that a lot of people are feeling a way where, like, obviously I was always going to be saddened by this. This was always going to be a tragedy to me. But I was surprised. I am surprised by how
okay, there's like
much it's
one
kind of like hit me
thing
in the face,
I know
and
I
how
can
much it
do
feels like it's hit everyone. Like, just
right
no
now.
one, like, I don't really have the words to
Save
describe
me
why
from
or what it
from-
meant for.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Like,
But I
so I'm
meant
just
that
gonna
would
not-
like be able
not focus
to.
on that. On the evidence.
Yeah, maybe this
and
isn't
maybe,
the place
you know,
where you can
in
get
a
the jagged
week or
crown.
so,
I don't
we'll
fucking
have
know.
better
But I'm
words for the
pretty
emotional
sure
side of this thing.
you can get
But
the
if you want to know
jagged
more about
crown
Harrison
before
and
you even
his
like
take
do
here,
the
this
fucking
tweet,
Civil War
he
lesson.
has elaborated on it in places. He did a great podcast. Subscribe to Liberty Lockdown, great podcast, Clinton Knight. They had a long conversation. YouTube there. I closed the other tab. I had a tab of Harrison also put out another video on his X account explaining what that meant. And ultimately, there's a lot more to share. He's not going to name the source. The source has asked him not to name them. He trusts the source very much, and he's very much like they both stand by that thing that person very close to Charlie said that Charlie say that. And there's a lot of evidence to come out.
Hand over your
there,
valuables,
and, you know,
or I'll
later
drop
on,
you like a
500
fish.
tabs. So,
Nice try, but
So,
you don't. I'm not going to ask.
the Israel
again.
thing. We're going to unpack that a little first. It's not the only angle we're going to unpack, but it's context that kind of comes before.
Don't you walk
So,
away from me. Safe.
is kind of the caricature of the right-wing Zionist influences. And he built the most
Yeah, you stupid fucking
massive,
bitch. You think you could
influential,
withstand me, you
impressive
dumb
platform
cunt.
in Turning Point. Say, largely on Zionist monetary backing, but also on blood, sweat, hard work. Like, there's no understating how absolutely impressive Turning Point is as an organization and how impactful it is. And I was saying this to my friend the other day that if you're not on the right, even if you don't know Charlie's opinions and perspectives, I would hope that all sane, moderate people in our nation right now would understand that we young people. And we want young people thinking critically about their future and about the nation. And like, probably no one has done more for the youth getting engaged in politics
Damn you
than
little
Charlie Kirk.
motherfucker.
And the power of Turning Point and Charlie's platform as an influence, especially over young conservative people in America, cannot be understated. Like, it cannot. And so when Zionists that built Turning Point
I'm
stay
just using
underneath
ancestral
him and
sword I'm
around
going
him
to get.
with their
Straight
money,
up, I do not.
when they start
Like,
to
I don't
hear
remember
things
what this
like
is.
Charlie Kirk saying, "Oh, you guys probably aren't going to have audio from this screen. You're not sharing tabs. You're going to have to deal with it. You don't need the audio on these things for the most part. You need the audio." So Charlie Kirk saying we should release Epstein file, right? That's not it. I'm sure that you guys have seen his interview with Megyn Kelly where he opens, "I'm terrible," and then they go back and forth talking about how they have received pushback that, like, it just feels sketchy. And Harrison, this is the video that Harrison was referring to, kind of original in conversation. He did a really great stream on InfoWars about it. He was referring to this conversation with Charlie and Megan, where they were kind of going back and forth, and they just felt scared. It felt weird and sketchy. He was talking about like highly intellectual critique of Jewish donors in the American left funding cult Marxism and like things that degrade like American values. And he was not like, he was totally not shy about talking about it. I'm a recent clip, but like he, with his knowledge and political expertise, if this man starts criticizing Israel in an earnest way, in an unfiltered way, he has the wherewithal and the understanding to some cans of worms. And
What
I really
are
don't
you
think you can
laughing at?
understand how dangerous that
shoot.
would be to Israel if he were to start criticizing. Starting all the words, he was talking about a very real segment of Iran and just being not about it, and being talking about how it's good for Israel, it's not good for us. To read insane conversation. Quote, Jewish donors have been the #1 funding mechanism for radical or neoliberal quasi-Marxist policies. Like, that is literally like a paper Nazi talking point when people want to smear that topic and don't want to talk about it. And it's like, I didn't know that Charlie was talking about these things. I wasn't watching Charlie's stream. I was just characterizing him and kind of talking shit on Twitter, kind of like a dumbass. And I wasn't actually paying attention to the words he was saying. And he, when you actually go back and look, he was clearly changing his perspective. And on Epstein, like, this is no further speculation. First, the evidence that shows that Epstein was the creation of either Mossad, Israeli intelligence, American intelligence, etc. He was going in on the obvious fact that Jeffrey Epstein, the creation of it, and worked for Israel via Ehud and Ghislaine Maxwell. And so these are very taboo topics in general, but coming from their guy, one that has built the new American Young Right-Wing Coalition with thousands of chapters all across America on college and high school campuses. And then his very last episode is literally a podcast with Ben Shapiro, where he just like straight up says like, you know, I feel like we can like should be able to criticize Israel and like, but and dude, Ben's face is just not good. And so that sort of, okay, here's the other Harrison stream. If you're more interested in what Harrison was thinking, he wrote that original tweet and all that, he elaborates in it in this clip from InfoWars August 7th of 2025. And there's a post that he put explain it, although honestly he doesn't exactly add a lot of context. But so, you know, it kind of built narrative, and X did all that. Like, I was not trying to stoke that. I wasn't trying to get in and like blame Israel immediately, fire off shots, this, so to speak. But this narrative built on X, largely on its own. Put it all together. Sorry guys, I forgot how to use streaming. It's been a long time. And definitely, like, there's a narrative to put there. It tracks and it comes together. And then you start to think about, like, what are the question marks? What are factors make that story actually? And the real question is, what was Charlie actually saying behind the scenes? Real? What was he actually being told by his donors and by any Israelis or AIPAC people or, you know, Zionist funders behind the scenes? How much did they know about his true feelings? How constrained was he feeling? Like, what was really going on back there, right? That's the real question. Basically, the question is, what did this guy that told this to Harrison, what did that guy actually hear? What did he actually know? What's really going on in the background with Charlie Kirk? And today, the Gray Zone published this article. Max Blumenthal and Anya Parampi. Charlie Kirk refused Netanyahu funding offer, frightened by pro-Israel forces death threat reveals. Now, in the article, they do not disclose the identity of their source, and they don't, as far as I saw, disclose the same as talked to Harrison. I don't think that. But it very much seems to corroborate Harrison's claim. In the weeks leading up to his September 10th assassination, Kirk had come to loathe the Israeli leader, regarding him as a bully, source said. Kirk was disgusted by what he witnessed inside the Trump administration, where Netanyahu sought to personally dictate the president's personal decisions and weaponize Israeli assets like billionaire donor Miriam Adelson to keep the White House firmly under its thumb. Like, according to Kirk's friend, who also had access to President Donald Trump's circle, Kirk strongly warned Trump last June against bombing Iran on Israel's behalf. Charlie was the only that they said, recalling how Trump barked at him. In response, and angrily shut down the conversation. The source believes the incident confirmed in Kirk's mind that the President of the United States had fallen under power.
You've done well.
Own country into a series of disastrous conflicts. I mean, it's an anonymous source, but like the Gray Zone,
to speak of this again.
They don't fuck around. Like I trust them more than mainstream media for sure. The following month, Kirk had become the target of a sustained private campaign of intimidation and free-floating fury by wealthy and powerful allies of Netanyahu, figures he described in an interview as Jewish leaders and stakeholders. He was afraid of them, the source emphasized. At TPUSA, the rift with Israel widened, and done. He had Tucker Carlson and Dave Smith on. A lot more open conversation, and some really legit shit was said. Some real truth was thrown down. And that, this is just my opinion, but in my opinion, if that was allowed to continue, if America spent the next year watching Charlie Kirk turn on the present administration in Israel, even if he maintained sort of greater Zionist stance.
I've really heard all of these sources as well. I read that Gray. I read that same article that
and I
you
don't mean that as a
referenced.
dig. I mean that as he literally took Sabbath.
No, and that's part of the reason.
Anyways,
It's been I haven't really taken seriously. Watching
that would
too
have
many people.
destroyed the American
reading
support
the
for Israel. That would have
information and
entirely
absorbing it, 'cause
alienated.
it's like a lot of them are just corroborating what I've already.
Right wing under 25. So, right, there's no coming back from watching Charlie Kirk slowly uncork his true feelings about Israel. Those are his true, like we just read, and to then watch the fall. Because there's this other thing that happens: is any time that a person that has not been critical of Israel is critical for the first time on the internet, especially if they're Jewish or especially if they weren't a supporter of Israel, and they say that first negative thing, and then they experience for the first time just slander of anti-Semitism.
What?
Nazi, you're a bigot.
The cargo of the caverns we're delivering appears to hold the missing tools of Kagrenak,
propaganda attack machine.
Sunder, and
Suddenly, Charlie Kirk is followed
Wraithguard.
by Qatar, and all
Apparently,
other
the
allegations get thrown
items
out.
were
It would
surrendered
have
to
just shown the messiest,
Dwemer
most,
drones and taken into the vault
dumpster
in
fire
the sightless
that
pit.
you could ever imagine.
If I'm to open the door, I need to take
I just
this
say all that
determined
to say
crystal I have found and
that there
use it
is
on.
evidence,
Okay, I
Dave
think
Smith
this
has
is
legitimate
this
criticism.
is what
I
we're
came out very
doing.
hot. Right.
Tools
Not
of
a factual statement
Kagrenak,
at the time.
sign me the fuck up.
I said,
Oh shit,
what did I
hell
say?
yeah.
start of it was. The internet already figured out who was likely.
Oh, god damn it, and I gotta go, actually offload some shit. So I gotta kill this dragon,
It's not like there was
offload
no
some
evidence.
shit.
It's not like there is no evidence. That is not it. That is just circumstance. Context. But then we're gonna actually get to the shooting. The day of the shooting. So there is is, like, because here's the thing. The context. A political assassination happens. Like, honestly, like, Charlie Kirk is a more significant political figure than 95% of Congress. Right? Like, in a lot of ways, Charlie Kirk has done more in typing politics than basically every politician. Except for, like, cabinet and like, key senators, right? And so, this is a extreme high-profile political. It's not like he was protected by Secret Service or any of that. Like, there's nuance. But in a political assassination of that magnitude, first question is, who are the suspects? And one large group of suspects that is in question every time there's a political assassination is intelligence agencies from all nations. Obviously. Like, unless you were born yesterday, just read a book. If someone shoots at an actual politician, a preacher, whatever, it's like, it's not always going to be an intelligence agent. And well, right? And so it's not some crazy, harebrained ask, could this have been a state sponsored intelligence agency? Good job. In this case, you would not think to look at Israel, which is like, Charlie is like the biggest Israel supporter ever. When you understand the circumstances and the context, they immediately become the most likely, in many ways, the only intelligence agency that might have had motive. I would argue, and we just talked about, obviously, it's not a thing that they would just do lightly. It's not a thing that they, and who's, because let's be real, Israel has, shall we say, a habit of assassinating people. It's fucking crazy. And they have a pattern of shooting. That does not mean that they did it. But it's not evidence, right? Like, it's not no say such a thing. Okay? Let's be clear. So, then it was kind of weird when Benjamin Netanyahu tweeted praying for Charlie Kirk at 3:02 p.m. Literally, he tweeted it before President Trump. It was like within a minute or two of the actual, like, right when it happened. As though that's super weird. And he's been super vocal about the whole thing and about how he's naming it on like Muslim, jihadists, and radicalism. And it's like, dude, Iran didn't shoot Charlie Kirk. Calm down, Ben. Out of our country. So, like, that's weird. That's just weird, right? And it does not prove anything. So, on to some of the on-the-ground evidence. There was a couple different videos that circulated. It was basically just 2 videos of guy on the roof shooting, and then after the shooting. And this is just a freeze frame of just, one of the better frames of the guy's silhouette as he got up after the shooting and started running away. And I'm sure you guys have seen this stuff by now. And this is where my tabs might be a little shorter. But we're getting into all the weird stuff that's come out like yesterday and today about the operations, the sequence of events here that just like do not make sense. Oh, you guys literally can't even see my screen. Can you tell I haven't done this in a while? So, here's what you are supposed to believe. And to be clear, maybe it's true. Maybe the story that we're being told is entirely true. I am personally, let's just say I have some serious questions. And one of the first questions that I have is, these other people that were on the ground in the crowd that looked like they were trying to be distractions. There's really no other way to say it. This guy is not one of them. This guy was like a person of interest that they detained for some amount of time that we don't really have. We never got more story on him as far as I'm aware. This guy is the really suspicious. I mean, hate to say it, but he is an Ashkenazi Jew in one of the least Jewish states in America. This thread where he was involved in 9/11 propaganda, which is the video kind of showing on the right there, which is the main thing. This guy was arrested at first as though he was the suspect. And that's because he was acting like a fucking suspect, apparently. And when he was and like making a huge scene. Like, and then his pants fell down, and it was not the kind of behavior that an innocent person, like if you're innocent, you would be like, hey, I didn't do this, I'm innocent, right? But instead, this weird old dude is like causing a huge scene as the shooter is leaving and getting away. And there was two of them. It was this guy, and it was apparently this guy. You don't have a lot of details on exactly when this detainment happened and what the context around it was. Oh no, this is a different video, my bad. This is apparently a guy running away. There was this other guy, I don't know if I even have the video here, who was arrested with a pellet gun. And we have a video like from around the corner where he's like at the bar, also an older guy with kind of longer hair, and he had a pellet gun apparently. So there's all this shit happening on the ground that seems to be active distractors helping with the getaway, essentially. And that's obviously interpretation. We don't know that for sure, but it's suspicious. It's fucking weird. I mean, when, you know, I think we were all waiting to see, like, is it a trans active, like, is it a crazy trans person shooting him? Is it like a Muslim jihadist shooting him?
Hello again, friend.
Or is it an Israeli sniper? It was kind of like what most thinking. And if it had been a trans person, it would have been super weird to have like some old Jewish dude kind of running distraction for it. That's a weird combo of people together. It's still a weird combo for the kid that they've arrested now and are saying shot him. I don't know. So a couple of theories that went around for a while that had a lot of people kind of chasing down rabbit hole. Not a thing. Ring changed fingers, and it was a very weird thing, and everyone was freaking out, like, is it all AI? Is the whole world a stage? And no, it's a clasp ring that opened up, and when he got shot, it opened and hung down and looked like it had switched fingers. So here's a video of him playing with it. So just to clear that up, if you got hung up on the ring stuff, that's why. So we know a lot more about this right now that the Gray Zone piece, but allegedly Charlie Kirk, Netanyahu personally requested that Charlie Kirk go to assassination, and he apparently denied the request. Somewhere in here we have a report that he was apparently turning down funding from the and Israel-aligned factions in the last several months.
Take a good look around. I'm sure you'll find what you're
looking for. We'll get to that.
If not, let me know.
So now these videos that came out, like surveillance videos of like the ingress egress of the shooter. I got some fucking questions. Put it that way, okay? I got some questions. And I'm gonna make the video big for this one. And obviously, like, this is gonna be very interpreted. I'm gonna look through. So we are told that this is the shooter.
Stay sharp.
The venue with the rifle down his pants, which is why he's limping like this, right? So the rifle is allegedly fully put together and sticking down his pants, and so he can't bend his legs, so he has this weird fucking limp all the way to the venue. But then he bends his knee on some frames. And I went back and forth a bunch. That is the leg that is causing that knee is bent. And so it's like, if you're limping like that because you can't bend, there's a fucking rifle next to it, then you can't, like, bend your knee. Or if the rifle's not going past your knee, then you can bend your knee. You don't have a fucking crazy limp. Like, maybe the rifle is, like, right at the knee, so you can kind of bend the knee a little, but it's, like, still awkward. That's, like, fucking weird. Especially in light of, like, the backpack later and the rifle not there when he jumps off the roof, man. It's, like, hard to tell what's going on here. And obviously, it's all shitty footage, but it's just weird. It's like, really? Is that how this dude got in? By just, like, limping in with a rifle in fucking pants? Maybe. Maybe. Then he ran off later. But just, like, keep that in mind, that we're told that the rifle was down his pant leg, which is what was causing that limp. Then, it would appear... So then we're told that he got onto the, I think, allegedly, stairwell. And then, he gets up onto the roof, goes, takes the shot. Well, actually, allegedly, based on what they told us in the press conference, he got onto the roof, changed his clothes, took the shot, packed the rifle up, bag, by the time he got to the edge and jumped down with no apparent long gun. It's possible that the gun is sticking out the top of the backpack. Whatever's in his hand is clearly floppy. It's obviously too grainy of a video to really know, but it's not super clear that the gun is out anywhere. Maybe that's the towel hanging over it in his hand, and he's kind of got it half draped. I could believe that. So, who knows? We were told at the press conference that down the rifle, went into the woods, reassembled it, and then left it there, and ran off. Which is like, why are we reassembling them in the first place? Why did you even break it down in the first place? And if you can break the rifle down and fit it in your fucking backpack, why did you menu with it in your legs? Maybe, devil's advocate, maybe it's that you wanted the rifle pre-assembled so that when you get into position, you're like ready to shoot. But aren't you worried about getting into position in the first place? Aren't you walking up a bunch of stairs with a stiff leg? And if you can fucking break down a rifle as you're running to the edge of the like, who knows? Maybe it's still in his hand and he's breaking it down on the way to the woods, but the cop said that he put it back together in the woods. And there's this element of, on that point, I believe part of the reason why we're told that he assembled the rifle in the woods is because when they showed us the photo of the rifle, the scope was mounted in a way that was not how it would be shooting. It was like way too far back, as though it had gotten knocked like out of position or something. But I don't know. It's like I'm no expert on long guns. I don't have much long gun experience. I've been trying to look around for expert takes on like how hard the shot was and where's the gun here and like does it make sense in the woods and how small does this thing break down? How long does it take to break down? And obviously, everyone's going to have their takes. Experts on both sides are disagreeing. Like, here, I'll see if I can move myself. So it's like, I don't know what to make of these videos. But I've got some more questions. This scanner. If you're curious, you can find the police scanner. He's to the library. He's wearing jeans, black shirt, black mask, with a rifle. This is a video that's 1 minute 44 seconds long. That's out there if you want to listen to it. I think they have more information than that by now anyways, but it's important to collect all these pieces as it goes. Everyone's really going back and forth about whether he has this rifle with him when he jumps off the roof. And honestly, like, You can't tell. It sure doesn't look like it. Can't tell. To me, it seems like if he has it with him, it's probably in the backpack, but like that, like a Mauser breaks down to be small enough to go in the backpack. I don't know. There was this private jet that took off like right after the shooting from an airport right next door, and it like turned off its transponder, and everyone got very suspicious of the jet. Here's an update on the jet. MJ Troop kind of knew a person that joined our community, our state, as often happens, unfortunately, the information at approximately 1:20 p.m. a private aircraft owned by our company, tail number blank, departed the Provo airport. Basically, he's saying, like, this was our plane. It's not nefarious. It had nothing to do with the shooting. You disavow this. Please don't spread misinformation. Basically coming out and being like, hey, that's what this was. Don't stress it. And that probably pretty much clears up the weird plane thing. It's worth noting that planes at the airport, like just the regular flights, were not grounded. So there were flights going in. Another update is this is the kid that asked the question right before Charlie was shot. The question was about gun violence, and so there was some suspicion floating around about, like, that seems like a leading question, like, was that person in on it? Which, you know, kind of a fair question to ask based upon just how terribly ironic the timing of it all was. But I gotta say, this dude seems very genuine. He does not seem to be making this up. He does not. He condemns the violence. He's clearly broken up about it and kind of shocked. Obviously, he doesn't agree with Charlie Kirk. He seems like a solid dude and down to what counts. So, I think that pretty much clears up the question of whether, you know, the person asking the question was it. Just a comment that I saved because I wanted. It's just a good set of thoughts to question. Let me be clear about the speculation. A Mauser hunting rifle is roughly 4 inches long from a plate and weighs around 9.5 pounds with a powered scope, known in the discovery photo. The black object in question does not look large enough to conceal a rifle. That makes the rooftop suspect look far more like Nazi fraction than the actual shooter. The glaring issue is that investigators have not recovered a single round that entered and exited Charlie Kirk's neck. Just like Trump's butler, no incident, no round, projectile, no bullet ever found. And without the bullet substantiated forensic or ballistic evidence, the rifle they claim to have removed the crime itself. CSI level investigation, that gap is ironic. It's suspicious. That's a really good point. And yes, the bullet has not been located, although it was probably a direct through and through. Actually, one more thing to go back to here. Bulletproof vest theories. I don't know if we have a clear answer of whether or not Charlie was wearing a bulletproof vest that day. He's well known to wear a vest underneath his clothing at events like this. But from the images from that day, it does not look like he was wearing one under this white shirt that he was wearing. But it's possible that he was, you know, I'm not an expert. There's this shockwave that happened right before you see it, like, is intense. It's like, and like, it's surprising. If you've ever seen, like, deer getting shot in slow motion, or ballistic jelly getting shot in slow motion, seeing that shockwave happen, it was just, it was a lot to see it hit. See, like, you know, a dude on the team, regular guy that's like ear parts, the dude. So I think it was kind of shocking to see, and I think that shockwave that it had hit his bulletproof vest and ricocheted up into his neck. I personally don't think that's what happened. I think it hit his neck straight on. I could totally be wrong about that. I haven't seen anything to indicate that we have confirmation wearing a vest. It was a ricochet. I don't know. I do know that it matters if it was intentional, not neck, or if it was a miss that hit the neck, or if it was a ricochet. Because those track with different profiles and a very different story. That being said, that's really going to delete. And here's a third layer that no one seems to be reporting. The center building was recently underwent a major renovation and upgraded. Security cameras were added or upgraded to the project. So why then are we seeing no surveillance footage whatsoever outside the law structure? Correct. We do not have video shot. Apparently, there's no video angles that show that corner of the top of that building that was taken. And there's surprisingly video angles of the rest of the campus too, which is weird. And where's my pen at? Did I miss Ryan's? Here. That's so fucking bad though. So Ryan Mata, if you don't know him, he's the shit. He's a maker, and he did a whole dive into. He actually found internal documents, design of this remodel from Utah Valley University with their actual schematics and layouts and plans and what kind of cameras they were installing and all sorts of shit. And he looked at how many cameras are on campus and did a whole report on the fact that they installed a shitload of cameras, and they tell you they were in corners of all the locations. And so it's very weird. Like, there are 160-degree cameras that are, 1080p resolution. It's kind of weird how shots of video got situated. And I would recommend you go check out Ryan Mon if you want to know more about that. He posted the whole down below. Great journal by Ryan. So, this is Tyler Robinson, allegedly the Converse do match Converse that were in the photos released the other day from wherever they were taking those photos from. Other than that, it's hard to kind of hard to piece together with any level of certainty, but other than kind of just trusting the FBI. There's this weird thread about how he was communicating with someone on Discord prior to and about the assassination. And the way the story goes is allegedly this kid who's raised by a Republican family, raised around guns as a young person. There's photos from like his mom's Facebook and stuff that are around that I know of them as kids like holding stuff. Like he was raised right wing, and so apparently this dude walks to the campus with a gun in his pants, limps all the campus with a gun in his pants, walks up the stairs, picks up the gun, takes the shot, one shot per shot, doesn't even take a second shot, immediately runs off the roof, jumps off the corner for some reason instead of taking the stairs. Maybe has the right, like maybe packed the rifle down into his bag, maybe he's carrying it and we can't really see that.
Oh, fuck.
Runs off into the woods, reassembles the rifle that he has apparently broken down since he took the shot, because now the scope is fucked. He assembles it and hides it in the woods so he can come back for it later. Runs home, and then just tells his, like decades of police work dad, like his dad was apparently law enforcement time, and that's why he was raised super right wing like this. And he's just gonna go and tell his cop dad this. I'm very confused by that. And also the fact that I haven't done dive on how long he had been. He wasn't at this school, he was at a different college. But I saw a post that he'd only been there for one semester. I don't know, but like the idea is that he was radicalized by college. I have the and so it's like, wait a minute, from that to that in semester. Here it is. This is apparently a more recent photo of. You can see painted nails, bracelets, a trans flag, pride flag, masking, nice and skinny. From that to that, that's university, I guess. It's just weird. And I'm probably talk for a second in a minute here about everyone's trying to pin it on like an ideology and a side, and I get it. But you know, it's pretty divisive right now, and not super. Get to that. So yeah, this is where this press conference they told us that the family turned him in. They didn't really tell us that he exactly admitted to it. They told us that he like alluded to it, and then they like called him in and kept him there and kept him in. Then apparently, going based off of the press conference and what we're told, it's not exactly adding up, because we're told that he lives at home with his parents during the press conference. And we were also told that he has a roommate. Maybe he lives with a roommate, part of his parents' house or property, I don't know. Apparently he has a roommate. Apparently he's been talking to a roommate on Discord. Rifle being hidden in the woods. And he needs to go back and get the rifle later. And apparently he's just Discording his roommate about assassination that he's done. And he needs to go get the rifle. And apparently the roommate is showing the police when they're there, showing them this Discord file, because they asked him, hey, can we see that? And he said yes, and he showed them the messages in the Discord. And they apparently took photos of each of the messages and then they conveyed what they were. So we haven't seen it as far as I'm aware. And so that is like a weird chain of custody of this piece. And we all know that there's some crazy shit happening in Discords, in the internet in general. The grooming stuff happening, the 764, the whole comm community that I did a thing about, like, that's my channels right now, that if you don't it's so fucking dark, and there's so much with all these shooters, there's like something pointing in that direction with everything. In this case, allegedly he had scrawled inscriptions on all of his shell casings and on his rifle or something, and it was all internet slang. The arrows went like up, down, down, right, or whatever. That is apparent. That's a code from a video game that I forget. My buddy, not Rocket League, but it's like a video game that I don't play. All the slang was kind of like deep internet slang. Some of it kind of leftist, but it's all just kind of generally like just brain rot. Essentially, it's brain rot. It's like what you would call fucking brain rot. It's the things that like your 14-year-old son just goes like skibbity, 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 like while they're playing, like trying to get headshots and like throwing control. It's like saying things that make no sense on repeat. Like kids slang is always, but social media and internet culture has made this exactly. But have young children, you know what I'm talking about. And so the stuff that was written on the books, in all of the cases, the other in the book, they're not Catholic school. And in this case, it's like, there's indications that he's deep in internet subculture. Though in this case, not nearly as deep, apparently, as the trans shooter at the Catholic school. It's just worth asking about. It's worth looking into, because, yeah, this is kind of a sidetrack detour rabbit hole. It's probably worth talking about for just a second. Do you know what a Manchurian candidate is? A Manchurian candidate is a concept from like 70s, MK Ultra days, and it's a phrase that I believe from internal to the agency first, but then was popular in a thing in pop. But it's the idea that is a very real idea. It was like the goal fail of CIA's black budget programs and of MK Ultra in the 70s, 60s, and 70s is it possible to program an assassin? Whether that's using drugs, hypnosis, or mind control, that thing. The Manchurian candidate is this idea. If you could program a random, any old, like, listen, hear a song, play a sound, flip a switch, and then they like switch into a psycho killer that goes and assassinates someone for you, and then they forget all about it. They have no idea what just happened, and what the fuck? And suddenly you have the perfect killing weapon that can never be traced back to you, that can be deployed anywhere in the world. That's what the Manchurian candidate concept is. And the comm and this internet group stuff, it looks an awful lot like exactly they were looking. And I cannot help but wonder if there are intelligence agencies in organized crime units or, you know, foreign agencies that are using it to, like, I feel quite sure that there's some politics, black budget politics happening in the background of that, because that is a powerful to achieve some of their fucked up secret goals that they've had for a long time. So I'm honestly like, when it comes to this kid, dude, this guy that's lost, piece of shit, I don't really feel like I even get it. I don't know what his ideology. We don't have a manifesto. We don't have like writing from him or videos from him. It's like he was raised right wing, but then he was like, you know, you saw the photo I just showed you, right? Wherever it went, probably gone now. But page. It's like a lot of people are trying to speculate about what his ideology. Dude, I don't know what his ideology was. Like, is he like left wing, like gay pride trans activist guy? Based on this other photo, based on this photo, you call him a Ripper. I haven't seen any evidence of any of anything really substantial other than allegedly what was written on the case. It was really too early to know, and I'm not convinced that we can trust that this is the guy yet. And a piece of reporting just came out. His grandma apparently is saying that he never shot a gun in his life. Doesn't really square with the photos seen, but if that's it. Steven Crowder coming out with exclusive right here. This is apparently the charging details. I'm not sure what the technical term is, but it's not like it gives us any new information other than like his personal details, probably. It tells us what the charges are again. Charge of firearm, serious bodily injury, obstruction of justice, aggravated murder. My understanding is that the death penalty on the table with all the charges combined. My understanding. Anomaly, as always, full of great takes, just reminding us that there is no footage of the shooter actually firing the shot, which is pretty weird. Things considered. It's not like you would expect people cell phone videoing the opposite direction of the show. All the security cameras around him with people, like it's, you know, it is a little. Mehdi Hassan, I'm not trying to pick on Mehdi specifically here, just an example of the back and forthing that's happening of like, are the Trump supporters the murderers, or is it all the libs? And it's like, guys, like, yes, yeah, there is violent ideology, and I don't really care if it's both sides or if it's one side or the other. It's like, fighting over it is just increasing the divide, and it's not. Yeah, the left is insane, violent, and they are. And like, you've seen a lot of shootings by leftists, but it's like, it's not like you can pretend that no Trump supporters ever hurt anyone. It's an argument. It's a fucking blood-throwing fight that's like not pointless. If you change the country, take Charlie's where dialogue ends, violence begins. And so you.
Oh shit, dude! I've done this quest before.
Like,
I remember doing a quest like this when I was a kid.
Get fucked, dude. Have your own war. I am far more interested in listening to you and hearing their grievances and understanding where they come from and why they believe what they believe and having a conversation about it. And I am. You're like civil. Oh. It's like, yes, this was a turning point. Kind of turning point. State agenda has all by the people who have them fight each other, and they've been working on it's not led Charlie Kirk's the incitement of that Ben Shapiro is apparently now taking Charlie's place at say, which is not the best look. It makes sense. It makes sense based upon the landscape. Conservative Ben's Charlie over there's it makes sense. There's this subtext. This other layer that does not look great. It's like, oh, the giant scientist and the founder and head of assassinated brutally a bunch of real a bunch of evidence that he was breaking up with Israel, and then like he's assassinated and pulled, and then they pick like the Jew that everyone thinks is a body agent us and no business to anyone. Pick him to like take over that extremely powerful grassroots like right-wing organization. That's like pretty overreaching. Like it's not my choice to make. It's not my luck. Not fucking. Don't take this as me. I don't like. Optics are not great. Like, saving optics are. So I just saved. Oh, okay. The same person. I don't know. Guy just showing. Making a mistake here. Thanks, community notes. This is apparently a photo of one of. There was a number of big doxed people that 4chan, as it always happens, 4chan and X, everybody went hunting based on the photos that were. And like, I don't even know how. It's like they're scanning probably videos and they like just like face matched. This is our guy first. It's like some random dude somewhere. I don't know. Like everyone in Utah was suddenly a suspect. And like where's everyone's in Utah and be like, that's the guy for spreading fucking his personal information and where he lived, friends and his family all over the internet. It's like super fucked up. Like, I get people criticizing my hot take on Israel this morning. It's like a straight up doxing people as assassin with taking no information. So, thank you, community members, for sharing this out there. As a kid, I thought I just saved ammo. So it was Crystal Ball, photographer making points, that claimed that he was a single semester to this university. This is his family and these it's up channel. I haven't actually gotten to watch it yet. I've just seen a couple clips, but I hear it is a banger and surprised. And I've got to say I'm proud of for Nick for nailing it, for doing the big thing and not trying to like dance this moment. And I think Nick is really showing tact and ways and maturity. Right kinds. Which is not to say that he was like tactless or before. Sometimes. But just to say that he's really here at it refreshing on. And I saw this funny of this girl that's like, I was told this is a Nazi and all these things. Because this was like she though they were like literal girls. It was just like kind of outcome, so to speak, of this tragic circumstance. So good on you, Nick. So I guess now what I'll do is I can make sure I don't have it there. Maybe I'll talk to the chat for a second. I don't really want to talk on it forever. Just I don't know. I feel. It's a fuck I do. Not good. But there's just like no words to kind of capture it. And I think a lot of it I don't really say, like, I'm not, well, it's not about me. Like, just to do talk shit about Charlie Kirk side. And maybe that's why it kind of hit me really good. Because the world is not a judge. Everyone's everyone treating each other like such shit. And Charlie's a super cool as he got X and Twitter and all that. This is not. And when you go out in real life and you actually, unless you're a piece of shit, 90% of the time, 95% of the time, it's awesome. They're awesome. Like people get along. And it's in place. Every single one. I get it. It's so good. And Charlie obviously is disagree with his takes. Like, if you want to talk about character, like, I hope that you're dedicated to faith and live by that faith. Like, in order to comment Charlie's character out, I doubt you are, because it's hard to find a single man on this planet today. As Charlie seems to be from the outside and from everyone around him saying how it was. That is real respect. It's modern. I think one of the greatest crises in the modern is how many men and women in their ways think godlessness. And like how many men and women are not just living godless lives, are living lives that are like active, just like into the concept of hunting God, fucking, like obviously everyone not perfect. You can do your best to try, and I gotta say, Charlie Kirk sure fuck, and look at it, like that's super respectable. So, to summarize it all, wrap it all up, it's a tragedy, and I'm not going to delete any of my prior posts. I didn't delete just see what happens. I've come to be a fan of your own mistakes on the internet too, so that I can learn from them. Also, so that other people can see that I've made mistakes and see what I've said in the past. And I don't feel like delete, like, unless you're spreading spiritism, like, you're spreading misinformation that harms someone. It's misinformation that just harms me. I got something wrong. I feel like it's better to leave that up so that all know, instead of trying to hide things like that. So, for example, I'm pretty critical to Charlie over the last month or two. That ultimately, like, it would feel weird to try to delete these things because, you know, make your choices and you gotta live with them. And, don't like your choices, learn from them. So, I just am praying for our country. I hope that in Civil War is super dark. I don't know. I hope that I really ready for Tucker, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and safety, because it would be really bad if this happened to another pundit, journalist, or influencer. Because the chilling effect would be very real. Like, I'm sure that everyone had the thought last several days. Just kind of came out of nowhere. And it's not like Charlie wasn't controversial. It's not like Charlie did risks. Knowing the risks and seeing the risks, like being out on camera, it's a whole different thing. So, yeah, I think in conclusion, find God, whatever that means to you. By any means, find righteousness and truth is right for you. And drink water, healthy, love people. Try to be a kind and loving. Stay safe. Okay. And working on a whole that's very cool, very excited about, very proud of. It's on my channel shortly. It's just time to put it out now. I'm gonna let this story roll, try to figure out what the truth is. Release another day or two. That stuff for you guys. Sunday. Great night. Thanks for tuning in.
What if I told you that every hero you ever played in the Elder Scrolls, from the Eternal Champion to the Last Dragonborn, is actually the same person, the same divine soul, reborn again and
Well,
again?
I mean,
to
that's
save a
not wrong,
universe
'cause
that
it is
keeps
you.
trying to end
You
itself.
know?
This isn't some fan theory
gonna
conjured up
watch
in a
this
Reddit
video,
comic
too.
thread. The evidence permeates the games themselves, embedded in ancient texts, whispered by the gods, and demonstrated through feats that defy mortal capability.
Yeah, well, I mean,
So
I
guess
just
the
found
first
some of the
question is,
tools of
why would the same
Kagrenac,
soul
so
keep returning?
fuck
What force
you.
is so threatening that reality itself deploys the same champion across millennia? The answer requires us understanding something most players never realize. Every time you boot up an Elder Scrolls game, you're not just entering a fantasy world, you're stepping into the middle of a war that's been raging since before time itself existed. A conflict so fundamental that it shapes every quest, every choice, and every moment of heroism you've experienced. And here's what will really blow your mind. You've been fighting on the same side this entire time, even when you thought you were just exploring dungeons or collecting cheese wheels. When you start an Elder Scrolls game, you're playing a fantasy RPG. The truth? You've stepped into an ancient cosmic conflict raging since before time's creation, a struggle between fundamental forces that shape reality itself. On one side, you have stasis and order, the desire for everything to stay exactly as it is, frozen in perfect, unchanging form forever. This is the domain of Akatosh, the Dragon of Time, and it's backed by every elven supremacist who ever dreamed of returning to the good old days when mortals didn't exist. Opposing this stands change, chaos, the forces that dismantle stagnation to forge something new. This domain belongs to Lorkhan. According to the varieties of faith in the Empire, Lorkhan, quote, convinced or contrived the original spirits to bring about the creation of the mortal plane, upsetting the status quo. His sacrifice birthed mortality itself. The other gods reacted with fury. They'd existed contentedly in timeless perfection until suddenly finding themselves weakened and bound to a realm of limitation and death. Their vengeance was brutal. They tore Lorkhan apart, ripping out his heart and launching it across the continent like divine artillery. Yet, gods of change possess a particular quality, transformation rather than true death. The Kyrodiilic creation myth, Shazar's song, reveals how divine forces fractured along racial lines following this cosmic betrayal. Men's ancestors, quote, raised and cherished their wards, the races, viewing sacrifice as profound love. Meanwhile, the Aldmer, disgusted by their enfeebled selves and have dedicated millennia to undoing what they consider the universe's greatest error. Each major crisis throughout Elder Scrolls history reflects this same eternal struggle. Alduin seeks to terminate the Kalpa and freeze time permanently. The Thalmor pursue reality's disillusion, and Dagoth-Ur attempted to impose his singular will across all. Whenever stasis verges on triumph, improbable events unfold. A prisoner gains freedom, ancient prophecy activates, and a hero emerges capable of surviving impossible odds. This isn't a coincidence, this is intervention.
Trying to cross the border, right into that Imperial ambush.
Consider now the most significant character in Elder Scrolls lore, present in every game yet overlooked by most players. The prisoner. Each Elder Scrolls protagonist begins identically, imprisoned, powerless, forgotten. A clean slate without any predetermined destiny.
You can't bend steel, can you, boy? Can't do anything to get out of here.
Yet upon gaining freedom, reality seems to bend around them in impossible ways. Let's examine the recurring pattern. In Arena, you're freed by the ghost of a murdered wizard to stop an usurper who's shattered the very symbol of imperial unity. In Daggerfall, you're sent to investigate a supernatural mystery that ends with you literally breaking time itself. In Morrowind, you arrive as a prisoner, specifically to kill ancient prophecies of godhood. Oblivion provides the clearest example. While languishing in a cell, Emperor Uriel Septim VII, whose bloodline connects directly to Akatosh, enters your dungeon. He looks at you and speaks words that should electrify lore enthusiasts.
You? I have seen you. Let me see your face. You are the one from my dreams. Then the stars were right. This is the day. Gods give me strength.
This revelation cannot be overlooked. The Akatosh-blessed bloodline, embodiment of order and time, acknowledges change's arrival exactly when prophecy foretold. Skyrim repeats this recognition. Upon ascending High Hrothgar, Master Arngir, who exists outside normal time through his connection to the voice, immediately perceives your essence.
Taste of you.
These aren't fortunate guesses or coincidence. They represent cosmic forces recognizing one another across reality's battlefield. Morrowind makes this explicit. The main quest centers on proving your identity as Nerevar's reincarnation returned to fulfill ancient oaths. The Ashlander account of Nerevar at Red Mountain concludes with Azora's promise that she would use her powers over dusk and dawn to make sure Nerevar would come back and make things right again. The proof also manifests physically. You alone can wear Moon Star, a ring fatal to any other wearer. The universe validates your identity through artifacts that recognize the soul within your form. The Neravine establishes the template. Every protagonist follows this pattern. Divine soul returned to mortal form, acknowledged by prophecy, empowered to reshape history through will alone. So, who or what keeps tipping the scales every time stasis approaches victory? This is where we reach the truly mind-bending aspect. These heroes don't merely overcome impossible odds. They casually violate fundamental cosmic laws while doing so. Consider your skill progression. Where normal individuals require decades mastering a craft, you become Archmage, Harbinger, Guildmaster, and Listener simultaneously, often within days or weeks. And this isn't merely gameplay convenience either. It's significant. You contain potential for every mortal path because you embody the god who created mortality. The true evidence comes from reality-breaking achievements unique to protagonists. The Warp in the West stands as the most dramatic example. According to its namesake book, for 48 hours in 3E417, the Iliax Bay's political landscape transformed violently. 44 kingdoms consolidated into 4 through 7 great battles that witnesses could only describe by their blood-soaked aftermath. The imperial diplomat author reaches the sole possible conclusion. No mortal army caused that devastation. The war that it created swallowed it up. This wasn't conventional warfare, this was a dragon break. Linear time itself shattered. Multiple contradictory futures occurred simultaneously before collapsing into one possible present. And the agent of Daggerfall triggered it by activating the Numidium. The hero of Kvatch accomplished something even more profound. Godhood. Skyrim confirms they eventually mantled Shogorath, replacing the Daedric Prince through what they term, quote, like them until they must walk you.
You have ended the cycle. You now hold the mantle of madness, and Jigalan is free to roam the winds of oblivion once more. I will take my leave, and you will remain here, Batul, King, God. It seems this realm is yours.
This holds cosmic significance because Shogorath connects directly to Lorkhan's creation. Varieties of Faith notes that Shogorath was born when Lorkhan's divine spark is removed, and calls him the Sithis-shaped hole of the world. The Shezarene, mantling Shogorath, represents cosmic restoration. The missing god's fragment fills the void created by his absence. Skyrim's Sovngarde provides the most direct evidence. In Hall of Valor stands Shor's empty throne, Shor being the Nordic name for Lord. Sovngarde's heroes declare that no more gaze upon Shor and survive.
Shor's high seat stands empty. His mien is too bright for eyes.
Yet the Dragonborn can just sit on that throne without consequence. The assembled heroes await Shor's leadership against Alduin, and that leadership arrives when the player character claims their rightful seat. Shor isn't absent. He stands before his throne, wearing the last Dragonborn's face. These reality-breaking moments aren't just random glitches in the Elder Scrolls Matrix. They're symptoms of something far more profound. Something that explains why the same divine soul keeps returning in mortal form. What patterns have you noticed across the games that might hint at this deeper truth? Drop your theories below. Your insights could be the missing link I've been searching for. Here is where everything converges into one terrifying but magnificent truth. Khan didn't perish when the gods dismembered him. He transformed. His heart became the heart of the world, source of all mortal magic and divine power. His soul evolved into something else, what names the spirit behind all undertaking. Whenever Mundus faces existential threat, that spirit manifests. The prisoner gains freedom. Prophecies activate. Reality provides whatever tools to ensure the story continues. And this explains why the heroes transcend rules that bind others. They operate beyond limitations. They express the divine principle that established those limitations in the first place. Consider what each antagonist represents. Alduin seeks to end the Kalpa, permanently halting the time cycle. Nerud's Dagon attempts to overwrite Mundus with his static destruction realm, and Dagoth to impose singular divine will on Morrowind. Each represents stasis, triumphing change, and each of them faces defeat through the same recurring solution. Lorkhan's avatar returning in form, sure, mortality's story continues unbroken. The Song of Palinal contains the only mention of Shezarene, the avatar, but immediately cautions that whether or not the Palinal is indeed the Shezarene is best left unsaid. This mystery serves a purpose. Acknowledging certain truths carry dangerous implication. If people understood their greatest heroes weren't true, that every civilization-defining crisis represented cosmic war through human vessels, how would that affect their belief in personal agency? Would they still fight for change knowing a god might intervene regardless? One community theorist captures it perfectly. Khan was torn asunder. His soul took on mortal form and has been popping up every now and then to kick ass and take names. Shezarenes are basically the avatar of Shezar Lorkhan, and therefore are extremely powerful in that they guide their own fate. The Shezarene guides more than personal fate. They steer existence itself. They embody reality's protagonist, each appearance making a violent chapter in Mundus's ongoing narrative. Think about your first moment in each Elder Scrolls game. The dream sequences that feel too vivid, too prophetic. The way NPCs react to you with inexplicable recognition before you accomplished anything heroic. The fact that you and only you can absorb dragon souls, survive the Amulet of Kings, or resist Dagoth Ur's influence. These aren't coincidences, they're symptoms. You've been playing one entity across every game, every playthrough, every character creation screen. The Eternal Champion, the Reverie, Hero of Kavach, the Last Dragonborn. Different names, different faces, same eternal soul. Cesarees, all fragments of the missing god, returning repeatedly to rescue a self-destructive universe. And this transforms every quest from mere gameplay to cosmic significance when you spared Parthenax. That wasn't player choice. It was the change god selecting mercy over rigid justice. When you absorbed dragon souls, you weren't gaining power, or reclaiming scattered fragments of your own divine nature. The pattern reveals itself once you recognize it. Your divinity bearing flesh, consciousness temporarily compressed into human form. But what's most unsettling of all is the universe designed itself this way intentionally. Khan embedded these self-correcting mechanisms into reality's foundation. When mortality's story faces permanent ending, when stasis threatens to freeze existence into unchanging perfection, the system activates its ultimate purpose. This is the universe's immune response to narrative death. Every time you play, you participate in this eternal conflict between and chaos, between stories that end and stories that evolve. Each dungeon you enter represents a skirmish in this war. Every quest resolution shows reality choosing change, stasis. Each level gained reveals a divine soul gradually remembering its true nature. You're experiencing stories about different heroes across different eras. You're witnessing the chronicles of one hero, yourself, returning century after century, crisis after crisis, to prevent existence from becoming a perfect, lifeless monument to divine order. The missing god walks among us, wearing countless faces, bearing countless names, but serving cosmic function, ensuring the universe remains worth experiencing rather than merely existing. And the most beautiful truth, the cosmos entrusts you with this power because across every incarnation, every crisis, every impossible choice, you consistently select the harder path, the one leading toward growth, change, stories worth telling. And that's Elder Scrolls' true magic.
No,
it doesn't merely let you play a hero. It reveals you as the eternal force, ensuring heroes will exist when existence needs saving most. And if this made you think or changed your perspective, drop a like and check out this video where it exposes an insane lie in the main quest of Baldur's Gate 3. It's actually really cool.
The knowledge of the ages as revealed to Xarxes, my loyal servant. For hundreds of years, it's been shut away from the world. Septimus was a useful tool for unleashing it. Now, it is in your hands. Let us work wonders together.
Nick Fuentes goes Scorched Earth. GOP and Wall Street cronies. Yeah, it's gnarly. Fuck, okay, so I think marijuana is for the and I wouldn't be surprised if Rabbit Jack was here too. I actually don't know where the one lost it. I don't think it's in here. Maybe it's in Whiterun. If the lumberjack isn't, that's okay. How are we gonna move it? Why not? Oh, I think it's here actually. I think the lumberjack's in. Cool.
Honor to you, my Thane.
liked him. I liked him. Dude, something this is pretty. I liked it. The other. Shield here.
Good to see you. Hello again, friend. Very good, sir. I understand.
No!
Good to see you again, friend. Good to see you. Very good, sir. Until next time.
Yeah. Should probably go to Solitude to sell my potions.
You can sell off that junk at bits and pieces.
Be careful.
Hey, fuck you, man. You don't tell me what to do. You know, I didn't know if you knew this or not. The thane of this whole... You know... I'm kind of like... You know, my wife's the Jarl.
Feel free to look around. We have a fine selection of herbs here at Angela's. It's good. Take a look.
The cow.
Don't forget me next time you need herbs and potions. Ah, well,
I
so
do
you're
need
interested in my potions and ingredients? Until next time. If you're...
I'm a little busy at the moment. I've got all sorts of...
Hey, lady, what? What the f... Oh.
Mr. Rod. You were there for Rogvir's execution. Most people head over to the Winking Skeever. If you're not interested in music or drink, you can at least talk to Corpulus. He can fill you in on any of the latest gossip.
Welcome
to Bits and Pieces.
There.
I'm sure you'll find nothing new here. Beer and some may call this junk. Me?
I call this treasures. I don't know. Obviously, we're not self-bullying. This is only 150. This is the hip bone of Pelagius the Mad. Do you know what that it does? Okay. Do you know what you've done, lady? The Wabbajack! Oh, what the fuck? You know, that didn't have the fucking desired effect. I thought she was gonna turn into a chicken.
Sorry, I was lost in thought. I'm planning my wedding, you see. Some say I got my position because my cousin is the emperor. Nonsense.
I wonder...
He can't even keep up. Come in and shut the door. Oh, let me just drop everything to help you.
Yeah, thank you. What?
Finally.
Just shut up, you bitch. That's like a mean fucking thing. Do you know that, like, Skyrim belongs to the Nords, you disgusting fucking Altmer cunt? Like, I don't understand how you could treat someone with such contempt. And do you know what? Technically, me saying this to you guys is just a thought to this guy in this brain, this character, you know? But, like, I'm not even actually saying it. Which makes me a better person in Skyrim. Proven. Out of this shit, I'm gonna try to find. Oh, we're gonna disenchant some shit. Boom. this shit. Honestly, Mirror Watch is... Or I should check out the... Chill. Check. Alright, here. Look for the Saturnalia Merchant Outback by Dawn Star. He is. Fuck. Oh shit, the dragon is right there. It hadn't died yet.
years, I've never seen such a thing. Take a look.
besides that and conjuration. That's what? Okay, so I'm pretty much there. I just need to get a couple more perks. Yeah, the best lesson to stick is tell him wow. It's pretty cool. A bucket. Wow, I caught an Arctic railing. That's pretty fucking.
Your ancestors wouldn't want this, Silas.
Yeah, Silas.
This is my family's legacy.
It's the past. Dead oaks on dead lips. Let it stay there.
The museum is opening, Medina. And here comes my first visit. Yes. Why don't you come in? You can browse the... Let's talk inside.
Bro.
Feel free to look around. Come talk to me when you're ready. The tapestries hung here and outside were found in hideouts, where members of the Mythic Dawn. The commentaries on the Mysterium Xerxes were written by the Mythic Dawn cult leader, Mankar Cameron. He promised a paradise awaited his followers when they died, that they would be reborn by Mehrunes Dagon's side. That Did you have any questions? A little One of these groups found... That was almost 150 years ago. At least two of the... Here are my notes about them. I'll gladly pay you for getting the pieces any way you can. The razor is Mehrunes Dagon's personal artifact. It's held many names. Dagger of the Final Wounds, Bane of the Righteous, the Kingslayer.
not supposed to be here. You're not supposed to be in here. Last warning. Leave now. You're not supposed to be in here.
That's close enough.
That'll teach you to break the law. By the order of the Jarl. Stop right there. Smart map.
You're not supposed to be here.
Jesus Christ. Ooh.
Is someone there?
Over here.
And okay. Oh, I've got to go the fucking hip bone of allegiance at home. Keep being that shit with me.
Looking for the blade? You want it first.
Yeah, dude. Want to see something real cool? Watch this. Oh shit! That guy fucking murked me. I was just about, like, I was in the middle of shouting.
Did you hear?
Dude, imagine hearing something and that was fucking just. Did you hear? like a firm believer that you should duplicate it if you got it. Oh. Ooh.
Forsworn have taken Escape Con. You're the only one left.
Nice. Fucking A. Dude, I can't believe I left fucking...
What is it? There's a I know how to put all the pieces together. We just need to take them to Dagon's shrine and contact the Lord of Change. Ever since I was a... Don't you see? Fate has led you to me and to the pieces. Dagon has to answer our call. We're so close. I'll meet you at the shrine. Good. You're here. I'll place the pieces on the altar, and Dagon should speak to us. Mehrunes Dagon, the Lord of Change. We have brought your razor to you. We beg you, please, bring the blade's full glory to Tamriel again. It's not working. Why don't you give it a try? Just put your hands on the altar.
You, mortal, you are worthy of speaking to. You have claimed the pieces of my razor. It has been an amusing game to witness. But Dagon does not declare a winner while there is a pawn on the board. Kill Silas. He and his family have served their purpose. Kill him. Take your rightful place as my champion, or I will crush you.
Wait. Don't kill me. There's another way. I can take the pieces back to my museum, seal them in a display case. You get a generous amount of gold, I get to complete my collection, and nobody has to die. Fine. I'm not dying without a fight. Here we go.
What? I had a black soul gem, bro.
I am pleased, mortal. I will give you my razor. Use it to wreak havoc on Tamriel. Spare me your pitiful pride. You are but a tool of my ambitions, mortal. Never forget that. Place your hands on my altar one last time, and you will witness the power of Mehrunes Dagon for yourself. Before you go, mortal, one final challenge.
Fuck. Really?
Good. You're here. I'll place the pieces on the altar, and Dagon should speak to us. Mehrunes Dagon. The Lord of Change. We have brought your razor to you. Thank you. Plead. Bring its full glory. Tamriel again. It's not working. Why don't you give it a try? Just
You, mortal, you are worthy of speaking to.
Alright, well, I'm
You
gonna
have
do the
claimed
opposite.
the pieces of my
last time.
razor. It has been an amusing game to witness. But Dagon does not declare a winner while there is a pawn on the board. Kill Silas. He and his family have served their purpose. Only Dagon can declare if a pawn is worth keeping. I have spoken. Kill him. Take your rightful place as my champion, or I will crush you.
Wait. Don't... I can take the pieces. You get a generous amount of gold. I get to... Fine. I'm not dying without a fight.
I am pleased, mortal. I will give you my razor. Use it to wreak havoc on Tamriel. Spare me your pitiful pride. You are but a tool of my ambitions, mortal. Never forget that. Place your hands on my altar one last time, and you will witness the power of Mehrunes Dagon for yourself. Before you go, mortal, one final challenge.
Everyone thinks I'm too young to be a ship's captain.
You,
But I'm
what do
gonna
you
prove
want?
them wrong.
Leave me
All right,
alone. Just leave.
I work in the mine just like everyone else. I...
But the thing is, it's like... I think I have to do the,
Dragonborn. It's an honor.
like...
I'm just out and about. The bannered mare can do without me for a bit, I suspect.
You know what I'm doing? It's official. Yeah, guys. It's just, I'm gonna have to be tired. Gonna have to jump out. For a great load.
Fancy
And
yourself
want
an
to save
outdoors,
some
huh?
time.
Just never could get the hang of.
Ooh, ooh, oh. Really? I know what I'm gonna do. So.
May the gods watch over your battles, friend.
All this standing around is rubbish. We should be taken to fight with the Stormcloaks.
What's the hurry?
I serve Jarl Balgruuf as steward. I'll be glad to... And of course, now, what would you like to purchase? Very well. Is there anything else you'd like to purchase? As you wish. Speak to me again. Wonderful. Here's the key to your new home. Ah, splendid. Our fine city has a proud history, and I'm happy to share what I know. The history of Whiterun begins with your Vasker, the Hall of the Companions. For a long time, it was the only building on the mountain. As time passed, a thriving community sprang up around your Vasker, as was common with Mead Halls. Today, Whiterun is the jewel of Skyrim. I can say without boast that it is the greatest city in all the holds. Enjoy your visit to Dragon's Reach.
Oh shit.
The most important NPCs in Skyrim. He tells the Dragon of the Greybeard, allows the Dragonborn to trap Ludoving in his home, and he's the Jarl, most strategically important cities in Skyrim. And yet, whilst Balgruuf might be admired for his devotion to solving Skyrim's dragon, he's also a bit of an idiot. Firstly, there's the issue of neutrality during the Skyrim Civil War. At first glance, neutrality might seem a smart move, refusing to commit to one side or the other. Fate on either the Imperial or the Storm. So, as an important trading station, Whiterun continued to trade with either side. However, as such an important strategic location, Balgruuf was naive to expect Ulfric Storm to attack. Ulfric had repeatedly sent his emissaries to ask for Balgruuf's allegiance, and stated to him that Whiterun was of vital importance to the Storm.
Good job.
What did Jarl expect to happen by not answering Ulfric's emissaries? He would ignore him. Bypass the city of Whiterun? No. Any Jarl with semblance of intelligence would be able to anticipate Jarl Ulfric Stormcloak was going to attack the city. So if Ulfric was being smart, he would have himself with the Imperials very early on. Reasons for this are twofold. Firstly, by only letting the Imperials into the city last minute before the battle with the Stormcloaks, Balgruuf minimized invasion and time. Had the Imperials been there for longer, they could have helped to fortify the defences, and they could have filled themselves with the city and come up with some innovative strategies to beat the rebels. Secondly, the Imperials are much more likely for Stormcloaks to win the term. They have access to more resources, they're better organised, they have better arms and larger armies. Moreover, an Imperial missive states that the Empire has amassed a massive army to pay off. One of the key ways to reach Skyrim from Cyrodiil, and it stated that its army to invade Skyrim Tullius's behest. So my money is on the Empire winning Skyrim Civil War.
Stormcloaks. I've alluded to this before, but a major issue I have is with the state of his city. It's a time which dragons have returned, and yet feels no need to repair or strengthen dilapidated walls of Whiterun. Just have to look at the city, see how easy it would be to successfully attack. Besides, they could probably scale surrounding the city because they're so down, and I bet one battering ram would be enough to batter down these weak walls. Also, actually the entire city is made of. Had the Stormcloaks really wanted to do some damage, one of fire arrows would have set the entire city. Again, it's been years now. He could have rebuilt and shored up some of the key buildings in the city using stone. Then there's an issue with his abilities as a father. If you do join the Stormcloaks and take Whiterun for the rebellion, Balgruuf wants to pack his things and head for exile, solitude. However, he doesn't take his children. Instead, he leaves them in reach alone with the enemy. If I was a father, the thought would be for the safety of the children to escape without knowing they're safe. It seems natural to take them with him, but so you might the whispering this quest. I heard some gossip in the tavern. The child isn't right in the head. The player has the opportunity to talk to Nelkir, the Jarl's youngest child, to find out precisely what is wrong. It's pretty apparent that the boy is a psychopath. Nelkir states that one day he will tear his father's face apart so that he can leave me alone. The source of his dark personality is ostensibly the enigmatic whispering which is hidden off Dragon's Root. As it happens, the whispering is Mafala. She admits that she's been corrupting his child. Now, this isn't necessarily his fault, but you would have noticed his child's dark, disturbed personality and done something about it, making the effort to talk to him, play with him. But I think the fact that he abandons his home without his children is proof of how little he cares for the lives of his heirs. To sum up Balgruuf, he's surprisingly naive about the war and unconnected to his offspring. For someone who's known Ulfric since he was a child, his inability to see the inevitability of his city's conquest because of his denial to join the Stormcloaks is surprising, and there's really no excuse for the way that he does to his children. Thank you for watching this video. See you in the next one.
You know, I thought I was gonna have like some more better read.
Since all visioners.
Scarcely a arch. It's trouble.
Smile. Scarlet. The city. Bad as the sun. Script charge. Bet it like that.
It's going slow, bold, strong, sinew.
Hey, how's it going, guys? It's Nate here. And Skyrim is a land divided into 9 regions called holds. Each of these holds is lorded over by its own Jarl. It's their domain with a level of power somewhere between that of a king and a governor. Throughout our journey through the Elder Scrolls V, any completionist will eventually get to know and become familiar with all these petty lords one way or another. But perhaps the most recognizable of Skyrim's Jarls is Whiterun's bold the Greater. The first we meet the main quest, and boasting a charming personality, is easily my favorite of the bunch, and he seems to get much love from the community as well. Behind his persona, there's much to know about the Master of Whiterun that he doesn't tell you, and some of which probably doesn't want you to find out either. So, sit back, kick your feet up by the fire, and relax, as we dissect 5 things you probably know about Jarl Raider. Starting off, the man playing such an integral the game's main quest line, plus an assortment of side quests, it's difficult to imagine what Skyrim would be like without Bullet. It seems Bethesda, at some point in development, was planning on giving players the opportunity to experience just that. Indeed, the Jarl was supposed to die during what is now a cut portion of a quest. You see, Mephisto's Daedric quest, the Whispering, is a rather short one, and if it feels unfinished, that's because it was. The mission begins when a local keeper tells us that one of the Jarl's kids, Nelkir, has been misbehaving lately, and we're sent to investigate why. Speak with the child, and he'll reveal that he's been talking to, quote, the lady behind the door in the basement, has been telling him to do all these bad things. After investigating the door question, revealing itself to be Mephala, Daedric Prince of Secrets and Plots, will call out to us. After a short conversation, she'll ask that we open the door, take her sword that's lying in the room behind it. And that's it! That was the entirety of the quest summarized. No resolution to the kid's insanity, no real conflict, we just speak to a door and it's over. That's some unused audio files and scripts we can dig up suggest the mission was going to be much bigger and much darker than Bethesda's original draft. We were intended to watch as the kids acted up and progressively went further and further in their evil actions, ultimately cultivating in them being both in cold blood on Mephala's orders. We don't know the details of what would have happened after that, how the quest would conclude, if the children would have been saved. Sure that after his death, the Jarl was to be replaced by his brother, Ragnar, who would assume his role in not just leading the city, but also all the other quests Balgruuf was involved in as well. So if you completed this quest very early and let die, it would be Ragnar who would lead Whiterun during its siege and help you capture Odin. Bethesda was so close to instituting this quest and all the options that they even recorded much of Ragnar's dialogue that he would use after he assumed the Jarl. Take a listen to just some of it.
Rongar became Jarl when his brother Balgruuf had the job before him. Was murdered.
What a fool. It's time to challenge Ulfric to face me as a man. What are his intentions?
I'm not a fool, Proventus. I mean, it's time to challenge Ulfric to face me as a man, to declare his intentions.
This again. That was different. Was I given a chance to object to the terms of the treaty? No.
May the gods
This
watch
again.
over your battle.
That was different. Was Balgruuf given a chance to object? No.
What did you have in
Ours
mind?
weren't asked. Was told. He
Very
had to
well.
like it.
Is there
Why
anything
Bethesda
else you'd
didn't
like
go
to
through
purchase?
implementing this quest is anyone's guess. Considering they
anything
got
else you
far
need?
enough to voicing the
Yeah,
lines
dude.
for it,
I'd
I'd
like to
imagine it was
decorate
mostly
my
completed.
house.
But they decided the whole kids attacking their
What would
father
you like
thing
to purchase?
wasn't very appropriate. No matter the reason, I'm sure
Is there anything
Balgruuf
else
is at
you'd like
least
to purchase?
very happy Bethesda didn't go through with their plans. Next on
Very
the
well.
list, while on the
Is there
topic of the
anything else
dude
you'd
getting
like to purchase?
assassinated is fresh in our minds, the person tasked with defending him from such threats most adamantly
Very
is his
well.
housecarl.
Is there anything else you'd
Like
like
the man
to
she
purchase?
protects, we get to know quite well early in the game. She plays a key role in and is present for the dragon battle. It runs Western
Good to see you
Watchtowers
again.
attacked. It's
Farewell,
unique
kinsman.
other housecarl in Skyrim, as most
You're
are
not
Nords,
warmer, a lot
or
happier.
at least of some race of men. And Irlith, well, he's an elf. This calls into question how a Dunmer was able
Say Helgen got hit by a dragon.
Someone comes from my farm. Kin, see the culprit rot in prison. Surprised you had the wits to solve. Your nose buried so far up the Emperor's backside. Laughing when the come to storm sympathizers. I've already put a claim to the land and property you forfeit.
Let us talk of dragons. World's gone.
I remember that when the city. No amount it will protect you then. Old friend, hatred of the great clan Battleborn. Am I sure? No.
The last Dragonborn, being bestowed with a dragon soul by Akatosh himself, and very clearly the gift of Space the is a hero that every Elder Scrolls fan is familiar with. Even people.
There is very title.
Surprise.
To know it. It's huge. Done for. say, take note. It's not hate. It's your opinion. It's your stand perspective. Something.
Yeah.
It's 31. 30 students.
Well,
listen to you.
things seems to
seeing the Tycon source. It's a little.
so
Still a
what am I doing in here? Am I doing how much shit do
thinks about it has a logical foundation. It seems brains challenged.
so simple for me. All along.
Dude, it goes right to
that actually
influential. But they are.
Yeah, I forgot.
says. Wait. Score 0. Sad. Super. Super. Stellar. It's fate. It's fate. It's like, no. Somebody's see, okay. Item. Yeah. Favorite video game. Small. Video gaming. Okay. If they... So many of them. It's Twitch.
I mean, I play Skyrim. I play a lot of Skyrim.
Sorry, I was... Thought. I'm planning my wedding, you see. So many details to work out.
Ah, you're back. So, how went your first real contract? A bit more exciting? Oh, very good. Very good indeed. You, my dear, are going to fit in here quite nicely. Now, I need your assistance with a matter of a more... personal nature. It's Cicero. Ever since he arrived, his behavior's been... well, erratic would be an understatement. I do believe he is truly mad, but it's worse than that. He's taken to locking himself in the Night Mother's chamber and talking to someone in hushed but frantic tones.
Yeah, probably the Night Mother.
What are they planning?
Probably speaking to the Night Mother.
Treachery. must understand. If Cicero is turning the
I
others against me,
don't understand.
against us, our family would not survive such division. It'll be no use, like inside the Night Mother's coffin. No objections then? Good. Go now, before they meet, and report back to me with whatever you learn. Go, quickly. Hide in the coffin before Cicero and the traitor meet.
Are we alone? Yes. Yes! Alone! Sweet solitude! No one will hear us, disturb us. Everything is going according to plan. The others, I've spoken to them, and they're coming around, I know it. The wizard Festus Crex. Perhaps even the Argonian, and the Unchild. What about you? Have you spoken to anyone? No? No, of course not. I do the talking, the stalking, the seeing, and the saying. And what do you do? Nothing! Not that I'm angry. No, never. Cicero understands. Cicero always understands. And obeys. You will talk when you're ready, won't you? Won't you? Sweet Night Mother.
Poor Cicero. Dear Cicero. Such a humble servant. But he will never hear my voice. For he is not the listener.
Oh, but how can I defend you? How can I exert your will if you will not speak to anyone?
Oh, but I will speak. I will speak to you. For you are the one. Yes, you. You who shares my iron tomb. Who warms my ancient bones. I give you this task. Journey to Wallen Road. Speak with Armand Mortier.
Poor Cicero has failed you. Poor Cicero is sorry, sweet mother. I've tried so very hard, but I just can't find the listener.
Tell Cicero the time has come. Tell him the words he has been waiting for all these years. Darkness rises when silence dies.
What? What treachery! Defiler! Debaser and defiler!
Fuck you, Cicero. You know, I'm the listener. I'm the listener.
Speak, worm!
In
She spoke to you? More treachery. More trickery and deceit! You lie! The Night Mother speaks only to the listener! And there is no listener! She said that. She said those words. To you. Darkness rises when silence dies. But those are the words, the binding words, written in the keeping tomes. The signal so I would know. Mother's only way of talking to sweet Cicero. Then, it's true. She's back. Our Lady is back. She has chosen a listener. She has chosen you!
Did I already watch this? This is republished a year later completely?
By Sithis, this ends now!
Cicero.
Back away, fool! Whatever you've been planning is over! Are you alright? I heard the commotion. Who was Cicero talking to? Where's the accomplice? Reveal yourself, traitor!
I spoke only to the Night Mother. I spoke to the Night Mother, but she didn't speak to me. Oh, no! She spoke only to him, to the listener.
What? The listener? What are you going on about? What is this lunacy?
It's true! It's true! The Night Mother has spoken. The silence has been broken. The listener has been chosen.
When I heard Cicero screaming, I knew you'd been discovered. I feared the worst. Are you all right? Then what in Sithis' name is going on? Cicero spoke to the Night Mother, but she spoke to you? Is this just more of the fool's rambling? What? So Cicero wasn't talking to anyone else? Just the Night Mother's body? And the Night Mother who, according to everything we know, will only speak to the person chosen as listener, just spoke. Right now. To you? By Sithis. And?
Storm.
What did she say?
Tully. Smart. From seeing
Amand
Distract.
Motier? I have no idea who that is. But Valenrud. That I have heard of. And I know where it is.
Sky. D.
No. No. Listen, I don't know what's going on here, but you take your orders from me. Are we clear on that? The Night Mother may have spoken to you, but I am still the leader of this family. I will not have my authority, so I need time to think about all this. Go see Nazir. Do some work for him. I'll find you when I'm ready to discuss that.
Oh, you are the listener! You are the listener! I have served Mother well. Oh, the listener, well, listens. The Night Mother speaks to you. But when the Night Mother speaks, the listener must obey. You must. For her word is the will of Sithis, and Sithis is the dark... Brotherhood incarnate.
No doubt that Tully.
Oh, you are the listener! You are the listener! I have served Mother well.
Smart.
Surely you're pulling Cicero. Wait. The listener is serious. Oh. Well, of course the Night Mother will speak to you again. She might speak now, or later, or... I don't know. But speak she will. The Night Mother is part of you now. You get to hear voices inside your head. The rest of us should be so lucky.
Tullis is more. Tells me. To be.
Are you excited? Oh, you should be. Things are finally looking up.
That's my job. So, however, that being
Will
said,
there ever come a time when the people of Skyrim no longer need our services? I think not. Well then, Your timing couldn't be better. As it turns out, I've got 2 new contracts. One rather easy assignment, and another that should prove quite a challenge. Your first target is an orc bard named Lerbuk. Happy hunting. Go on now.
In a tied up 5 anything for you. Said he's really given Talia is ground. Civil back real Talia's so or storm. Talia's saved from so sure as we've made Thalmor, but we'll keep between the 2 of them. Alternatively, if you fight Storm, save, you realize that this is exactly what we wanted. Obviously.
This is exactly. Stirred up here. Discussed to the sources and through soldiers, quote.
He implies that the success, Storm. Of course, that's true. Yeah, sailing. Skyrim. T has a chance.
What was that? Oh!
Regions, command central city instead. Generic storm, and that's what we did for the people on top of it. Over Cyrodiil, just to play to art. See the storm, and to season General Talia to Skyrim to offer terror. So the best chance humanity has is within the military. The best realized towards Talia's status and realizing with the thumb temporary is that he doesn't have a disdain for Talos worship.
Same.
Genuine disdain people Talon. Trick praise the Talon to offer. Talius pretends season to open praise Talon. Senior might be to war, especially as they every step. Potential racism in general Talius to be that he doesn't care or that to many separatist sympathy to body to evil in traditions. As Talius himself explains, he posted to a variety of different places deal
Jared. So, certain solved.
He's tomorrow considered a name. So when he forgets an order instant, it's to be a bit aloof. So sure you could say that it's more instantly it is time to acquire time. He said, says at the end of Skyrim, it's in Skyrim, it's to come. His own words, he states, down, stand, come to respect, so Skyrim, down to his truth. Talius itself seemed from the fact legate it's his chief lieutenant. She can often explain concepts, just sovereign to Talius.
So what? It's crap, and then suddenly. Simple. The absence. I'm introducing you towards the cycles. Turn.
So, it's the thumb to knowledge. Consider the superior to his ego, to the way, sense of respect within all this. Sum up, Skyrim. Position, to me, to put down this value, certainly, to write, Tullius might be a ton of work. His ability to see the far more attempts to under is evidence of his. Thank you. See more on Elder Scrolls.
It's me. And it's in the. And what? Must be the right side. Since one, the video was a backlink.
Is the line for my next performance starting already?
And at the time.
Come on, don't be shy. Plenty of room for everyone.
And second, there were.
Shadows creep, and phantoms
Singular.
leap. Brilliant, I know. It's a
Argument alone.
gift.
And those revisit and also address. And then this is an updated video. I still believe side to side with. So let's start off. And this starts in the 70. The Elder sent an envoy, presented the Emperor, and the most significant then said, A. B. Expanded. C. Territory. Southern. Next. And D. Ship of.
I'm
and
just here
according
to
to the
protect the
source
Jarl,
that I'm
not to chat.
for this, that you can find in the games, there were many that were the ultimate. Doesn't say what those were. Tibus accept these terms. The Elder Mirror. And Tibus Septim first chose the letter, and when it's made this term, pass it up. Severed heads with married in, and it was from in which Cyrodiil sleep, and even the Imperial itself, the Empire in the following year. Speaking. Or, despite it, ties jury for the after decided Empire no longer.
We need to talk.
And so the Emperor. And in it, named him. Made him.
Look, something is happening here.
It's word
I'm not
Spain,
sure entirely what
Southern,
that something is, but, well, we need to
and
find
most
out. If the Night Mother really did give you an order to talk to a contact,
and
we'd be mad to
Skyrim.
ignore it. And I think we'd... So go.
The
Go to Vollenrood.
about
It's a
large
crypt,
troops.
pretty far to the northeast.
It's the only demand.
Talk to this Armand Motier, and let's see where all this leads,
In-game source. And to be
Brother.
viable. And any in the can't find anything. Yes.
Let me guess. Astrid failed to mention I'm her husband.
Will there
So I'm
ever
gonna
come a time? No sarcasm. And if, unless of course, that was your
Say
goal.
that.
Wonderful. Your payment, as per the usual.
Also take salt. But what does it have to do with terms of
Does death not come to us all?
Is
Is it not a certainty? I am therefore honored to be Doom's herald. To pledge
how to carry the
and
deed.
pass
Signing betrayed its own case. Failed to protect the end of it. And outlaw. And feel at least extend. Specific. It's a special culture. Skyrim.
You know,
And that's okay. As to
this is like kind of silly. Random lore fun fact: it's arguably the case that during Tiber Septim's conquest of Tamriel, most of Skyrim willingly joined him because he was a dragonborn. This was certainly the case for the North of Sancre Tor at the time. Okay. Yeah, well, just so everyone knows, you know, fucking Tiber Septim, Talos of Atmora, bro. I mean, it's in the fucking thing. He's from Atmora. He's fucking threatened.
By the almighty divines, you've come. You've actually come. This dreadful black sacrament thing. It was...
Yes, so it would seem. I dare say. The work I'm offering has more significance than anything your organ... As I said, I want you to kill several people. You'll find the targets as well as their manners of elimination quite varied. I'm sure someone of your disposition will probably even find it enjoyable. But you should know that these killings are but a means to an end, for they pave the way to the most important target. The real reason I'm speaking with a cutthroat in the bowels of this detestable crypt. For I seek the assassination of the Emperor. It's a shocking request, I know, but it is inside the purview of what you Dark Brotherhood types do, isn't it? If history is to be believed, you must understand, so much has led to this day, so much planning and maneuvering. Now you're here, as if the very stars have finally aligned. But I digress. Here, let me give you these. They are to be delivered to your, superior. Rexus! The items. Rexus will now give you... The sealed letter will explain everything that needs to be done. The amulet is quite valuable. You can use it to pay for any and all.
I can take you to any port on the coast.
You're back. Good. You're joking. What's this? By Sithis, you're not joking. To kill the Emperor. As a matter of fact, no one has dared assassinate an Emperor of Tamriel since the murder of Uriel Septim, and that was 200 years ago. No, she certainly wouldn't. And for whatever reason, she chose to relay Motier's information to you. I don't know exactly what's going on here, if you're the listener, or this is some fluke, or what. But what we now have before us... You're damn right, Will. You think I'd abandon an opportunity? But this is all so much to take in. I'm thinking we... And there's only one man who can give us what we need. Delvin Mallory. He's a fence, a private operator. Works out of the Ratway in Riften. Give me the letter. Bring Mallory the amulet. Find out everything you can and sell it if he's willing. He'll offer a letter of credit. That's fine. Delvin Mallory and the Dark Brotherhood have... history. He can be trusted.